All right. Hey, everybody. Today we're going to have a special guest on, Doug Turnbull, who's here with me right now.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello, everybody.
Doug was my partner in crime with this book. I've gotten fairly coordinated at this now. Not perfect, though. Um,
Oh, yeah.
and we're just kind of shooting the stuff. All right, so I already. This is not really a show, Doug. We just keep talking like normal. I pretend it's a show for a second, but let's figure out something that we can hack on for an hour. That's been kind of a fun
Well,
thing.
I can show you what I have been dorking around with and
By all
the
means,
fun adventures I've had with that.
yeah,
If
please
it's
do.
interesting to you.
Yeah, I can. Let's brainstorm for like 10 minutes and then just like start ripping one out.
Sounds good. Yeah. Um, yeah, you mentioned something about on LinkedIn that is interesting, I think, is when you are doing AI development for a while, you might hit a point of what I call fragility, where changing one thing tends to create problems in another area.
Mm-hmm.
And I think put a post on LinkedIn about technical debt.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's interesting because I think that's ultimately where the engineering starts to have a role when you kind of start with this ball of vibe coded stuff and then you realize, oh, I've got to tame this ball of mud somehow. So I've had that experience recently with an editor I've been working on.
Oh, right.
Um, it
Yes.
sounds like you had that experience recently with your Rook agent tool.
Mm, no. Um,
No, okay.
but yeah, I feel like I've got a good approach for not accidentally running into that. But I don't think I'm completely right. I think when I'm in a code base, okay, so I'm a Pythonista. That's my love language.
Yeah, sure.
But I just noticed that I can do TypeScript just as well as Python at this point. I spent like 2 days getting my eyeballs where they could read TypeScript. And I got so comfortable not reading it after a while. That's like working on this Rook thing. One of the guys built a front end in Swift, and like I know nothing about Swift, and it's been
Mm,
going pretty smooth. And so my policy now, even though I'm not reading much code anymore, is I have to have a good understanding of the cut points in the code. How does the code
yeah,
think through
that's a
the
good idea.
layers? What's the API at each layer? And if I can keep that in my mind, or what are the data models, data structures, if I could keep those things in my mind, then that doesn't matter which language it is. But that's not a perfected art. Like the front end here, I've kind of lost track of it, admittedly. So I'll be redoing that soon. What
Yeah,
we,
I go through cycles. So I go through, and I am a code reader and a code writer, in part to help me internalize mental models of things.
mhm.
I think to some extent, what I'm finding is to some extent that's as much a personal preference as it is necessarily the always the right thing to do. Um, but I have a so basically this is very similar. I find AI coding very similar to 10 to 15 years ago when I would just be a random software engineer joining a project and there was this ball of code that had been worked on for 10 years and there were massive parts of it no one really knew how it worked. They kind of appreciated the API and how the API worked, and that was stable and mature because like there were actual users of this product.
Mm-hmm.
And so the challenge became like, how do you how do you set up a system where you can make earth-shattering changes to the code base, but still feel safe that things are working? And
Mm-hmm.
that's something, there's an entire book about this called, I think it's called something working with legacy code.
Mm-hmm.
And my, what I always say about AI coding is it's very similar to that. You are acting as the engineer trying to wrangle what is sort of instantly becoming a legacy code base because you don't understand it that deeply. And so one of the classic patterns uh, in that book and in the universe of working legacy code is this idea of a strangler pattern,
Mm-hmm.
where you wrap the project at some basically quote unquote public interface that's not going to change much, often a published interface, so like an API, and you test the crap out of it at that level. And that's like to me, that is like what I'll end up doing is I'll work for a while on a project. I won't understand those boundaries. Eventually, I'll hit some fragility where some bugs start happening. I fix this, and something else breaks, and then I do need to establish some of like what that boundary is, and then that's where I care about like is the can I test at that boundary? How do I verify the tests work? How good are the tests? How comprehensive they are? And once I gain a level of trust, then I'll stamp them out. I'll just be like, agent, let's stamp out tests in this bit of functionality.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Now that you have, I guess you could say, developed a skill, or at least I've documented really carefully how I want tests to work in a way that I trust them.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, and then I'll just let it go to town with how it wants to test, ask it to propose tests, ask it to analyze what functionality areas it thinks we're missing, and then I'll trust it to be automating a lot of the test generation.
Do you hold the test out so that so after the AI has generated the test, it refactors without seeing the test and like potentially breaking, deleting and changing the test?
I um I haven't quite figured out a pattern to do that. I think that's actually important. In fact, I teach in my agentic search class. So for people who don't know, I'm Doug. I do search things. So a lot of what I do is do work in retrieval. I work on RAG, and John and I have done some of those projects together. And one thing been interested in, and something I have done a bunch of talks on, is doing auto research on search rankers. So how do you produce a ranker that actually returns the right result? One way is to just let an agent figure it out, and another way is let an agent generate the code that will rank search results in the right order, and return relevant results towards the top using basic tools. In those cases, I think it's important to think really carefully about that, is to have a holdout. I also think it's really important to find a way, if I was to go super autonomous, to hold out the tests and like not let the agent see them. But I haven't found a pattern that works really well that I'm satisfied with. I think there are patterns people use because I agents cheat a lot, and they'll go and use if you say you can't read this directory, they'll figure out a way to use bash to read that directory.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and the other methods are like keeping the tests in some completely different code base or repo. So you have some like validation repo that's separate from the actual coding repo. And that doesn't feel satisfactory to me either. I don't want to like manage across different Git repositories and stuff, but
Yeah.
maybe that's what you have to do. I don't know. Do you have a way that works that you do for that?
When I wrote that LinkedIn post, it was the first time that I'd really thought about it as a thing. Like, my,
Yeah.
kind of my thinking that day was like, we know everyone makes fun of the technical debt caused by AI. It's getting
Yeah,
less because
totally.
the models are getting better. So like
Yeah.
the joke 2 years ago was like, there's going to be a whole industry for consulting where all you do is just fix the damage that you know, that 2023 did to, but they're getting better.
Right.
Um,
Right.
but it occurred to me that like the models themselves are choking through, a 20,000 line long file that you created a long time ago, or that the dumber agent created last year, and it's having to reread and jump around and get confused. And if you had something that could dependably collect tech debt periodically, then not only would it just lead to a better code base that you could plausibly understand, but it would also lead to something that an agent could navigate more easily, and then you could save a lot, I would think, on tokens and stuff. So as like a startup idea is kind of where it's coming in. And if you can say, run my agent, and historically we have saved people 50% on their token spend, like that ROI story is, it's a great startup idea. But that means that there's 40 people trying it right now, so
Yeah, probably. There is research on this. There's something called deep slop code bench or something that
oh,
looks at repeated agent coding, like basically repeated loops and accumulated slops and a slop, and how agent performance degrades. Um, there's at least a metric. I can't remember. I have to find the paper, but it's. I think there is research showing that, like, yeah, you at a minimum you will spend more money as agents figure things out, and usually it causes degraded performance. Um, it's hard to. It's always hard to keep up with these things because maybe I don't know. Maybe Fable is fine and it can just navigate it. One thing that I've chat like one reason like you can go to an agent and be like, give it a prompt that's like lists all the acronyms associated with good code, like try this up, make it solid, blah 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 blah. Then it will go and do something. But one thing I've noticed in my work with agents is if I, the human, made like there was a so I'm working on this editor, and it's just a markdown editor that kind of gives me feedback.
do you want to,
Um,
by the way, do you want to show that thing off when it makes sense?
yeah,
I'd love
it's
to see
like
it.
not it's not super exciting, uh, but I will show it. I more or less just got tired of oh sharing request.
You got it.
I more or less got tired of I more or less got tired of dealing uh, with the going from Notion to GitHub because that's my path for blogging. So
Mm-hmm.
going from Notion, like I write a lot in Notion. Notion has good spell checking and grammar checking, and it's generally a pleasant environment.
Mm-hmm.
Invariably, what happens? So this is a classic. I'm vibe coding some tool that the user is me, n equals one. Invariably, what happens is I paste a blog post with my front matter into my blog because I have a Jekyll blog. A lot of people have blogs with like Hugo and stuff where basically their blog posts look like this. I go to publish the blog and I invariably am not happy with something when I see it rendered in my drafts folder of my blog.
Mm-hmm.
And the GitHub editor is not super great in terms of grammar and spelling checking.
Yeah.
So out of a level of additional social consciousness, I'll start editing more substantively in the GitHub editor,
Hmm.
like for, and invariably I will start making lots and lots of additional grammar and spelling mistakes.
Yeah.
So I just got tired of going between my Notion and my like regular um my my GitHub Jekyll site and like kept making mistakes and it was just very error prone. So I said, you know what? I'm just going to create an editor that lets me edit directly and has some grammar and spelling checking. I'll create new things here. They'll just live like my blog will become like my wiki, and I'll just try to write things there.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so that's what I did. And you can see here, it's trying to be dead simple and minimalist. There's a bunch of grammar and spelling suggestions on the right. I can also hover over
Oh, wait, are
or
you sharing your
whatnot.
screen? Hang on a second. I just wouldn't
See
click on
my,
your screen. I see it now. I just wasn't on it.
okay, cool. Yeah, so I've got a bunch of spelling and grammar stuff on the right. You can see I can navigate like my like all my files and things. I can jump around. You can do normal stuff. In some ways, it's similar to Visual Studio Code. Visual
Mm-hmm.
Studio Code is also super like noisy and annoying with grammar and spelling mistakes for anything.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so
That's a
yeah, I've been been hacking away at this, and it was something that interestingly more or less was done in a day. And in the meantime, I've just been trying to improve my ability to produce software around it, just to learn and educate myself more about agents and coding and whatnot. Um, so yeah, I had a fair what I would so what was interesting to our earlier conversation was not so much about like I know I can go to an agent and I can say dry up this code, refactor it, blah blah blah, especially if I have like really solid tests.
mm-hmm.
And there's going to be areas of code that are like extremely well covered with tests and automation that you could just let an agent go to town on. And there are going to be areas much less uh, friendly to that, or you may need to do a little bit of your own investigatory work to make sure that the quote unquote software factory is sort of set up correctly.
Mm-hmm.
What I what I found though is that technical debt was an accumulation of my own decisions that were incongruous. So a lot of technical debt doesn't necessarily have to do with like an accumulation of agent slop. Like one day the agentic intern wakes up and decides to write code one way, and the next day it decides to do code another different way.
Mm-hmm.
It's also because one morning I hadn't drinking any coffee, and instead of using the like backend database that this uses to store some state of like what the last open file was, I mentioned something about browser local storage. So this is an Electron app, so it's all really a browser. And it decided to do that. And so I had this like, if you actually looked at the code, I had this dual path of browser local storage plus going to a backend database. And it was, it had lived that way for a couple of days. And eventually it caught up to me because I was having this like weird functionality issue with like, state saving or not saving. And what was interesting was like when I would ask an agent to work on the problem, I have found that agents don't necessarily, when they're working on a problem, they take the safest path possible, where
Mm-hmm.
it's like they will wrap away like a scab, this old way of doing things
Yes.
and preserve it as safely
Yes.
as possible so that this new path is working.
I've noticed
It
that.
will work and they will solve the problem, but that is a like they don't necessarily like I think a human developer would kind of follow what we would call the Boy Scout rule and say, oh, there is this other code path that's not really valuable anymore, and I could turn these 1,000 lines into a couple hundred lines.
Yeah.
Um, and so those kinds of things are where I start to struggle with like the uh, my instinct. One tool I think that's useful is to actually go and write code in those situations, uh, to just delete things, see what breaks, and in part to help me better inform the agent about like the path to take.
I've definitely
Uh,
noticed that same type of behavior. One of the things when I was playing with Rook early on, I changed the agents in Rook speak to the front end in agent client protocol. And initially, I had written my own protocol, being unaware of ACP at that time. And so
yeah,
when it
yeah,
became obvious I should change it, it's like, all right, let's move to ACP. Let's connect these things here. Let's set up a few more backend agent runtimes to prove it out, and it happily did it. And then like I noticed in the conversation that it was also preserving just in case we needed it, the ability to go back to this other entire parallel protocol. So it's
exactly.
like freaking rip the whole thing out if there was a parallel protocol and all the if statements around that, and it made the code base a lot better. But yeah,
Right.
Agents tend to do that. There's a few quirks that I'm starting to become comfortable with navigating, but it's a little bit annoying.
It makes sense. Like, would you want an agent to make that kind of decision? Like, would you want an agent, like, there may actually be a good reason for that to exist, and
Yeah,
that it makes a lot of sense for an agent to, like, in a single prompt, make the most defensive choice. Uh, uh-oh, my battery's dying, of course. Hold on, switch.
I'll turn to the will we be back screen.
Yeah, those are, and I don't know if it, I'd, I'd be really curious how, like, those are also things where there is such a close relationship to the product, whatever the product decision is,
Mm-hmm.
um, down to the nitty-gritty code stuff. So those are situations where I I'm for whatever reason a couple days ago there were a lot of, like, at the same time a bunch of people tweeted I still read the code, um, and those are this one of the situations I tended to find myself reading the code and being like, we could do this a lot simpler if it seems like we could do this a lot simpler, and then think critically about like how it should be structured and stuff.
Yeah, my my big change from like I love reading the code too. Although like in human language or code language, I've always been a slow reader, which is frustrating to me. Uh, so probably that combined with whenever I started programming in Swift, like when I started programming in TypeScript, it's like okay, I can read TypeScript if I squint my eyes really hard, and it's a
Yeah,
good language. I love it. But when I started writing in Swift, when someone else wrote a big chunk of this code in script in Swift and it was just
interesting. Yeah,
good, I was like, I'm gonna roll with it and see how far it goes before it bites me. And it has been nibbling at me. Like
yeah,
I've still got it on my screen right now. The UI, it's got some bugs that are just unexplained at this point, and it's frustrating that I have no explanation for them. There's like some memory issues. It's an O big O notation n squared issue where like if a agent thought went on too long that it would just get slower and
yeah,
slower to append the tokens to it. So
yeah.
it's it's not that I'm catching everything even though I'm not reading the code, but I'm still moving pretty fast, and I think I can overcome it more quickly with such an unfamiliar code programming language. I think I can move faster still. Oh,
What's interesting is the more I talk to people about this, I think it really boils down to your. It boils down to if you want to maximize for. So there's I see AI coding as there's two competing quote unquote contexts. There's the human context of like keeping up with how the system works, and there is this notion that I'm sure you're familiar with called cognitive debt, which is the idea of like the system drifting from my understanding of it, and then it becomes harder to reason about how to make a change.
mhm.
Um, and then there is the actual context of the agent itself. So I feel like the ideal situation somehow maximizes both of those, like your ability to be engaged in the process as a human and the agent's ability to accurately work. Um, and sometimes the things on the human side are as much psychological and about the specific human being as they are about like objectively it's a good idea to read code or write code or whatever.
Mm.
Like I actually think I read code. My reading comprehension of code is higher than my reading comprehension of English. Um,
Awesome.
and so I just deal with that. And I feel like it's maybe, and you could argue maybe it's like 10% better to like, because it's technically a more precise representation of what's happening.
Yeah, sure.
Um, and similarly, like to keep myself like when I work with agents a lot, I'll do something, I'll get distracted, I'll look at social media, I'll forget what I was doing, and I'm coming back to the agent to see what it did and trying to remember what it was doing.
Mhm.
Um, but if I like just go and like hack on a bit of the code, at least to get some inspiration for how things work, and then maybe the agent rewrites everything. Um, it for my attentional system, I stay in more of a flow state than being always 100% like in an agent guided workflow. So it's interesting. The more I talk to people, I think it's people are get status anxiety from wherever they sit on the how they manage their own attention. But I think there's just cognitive diversity in how people might manage their own attention.
Or how their own attention might manage them in my case. Like,
Yes,
oh,
that
oh,
too. Yeah.
thank you, attention. Hey, I know you got to go at the top of the hour. I want to get in
Yeah.
some programming. We've covered a couple things so far. The one topic that we've been going over more is technical debt, but I don't know how to get started on a programming thing on that. I wonder if I can start a little project using, and you kind of coach me through making my own editor, just as a starting point, and that'll give something fun for Martin Jepson 6520. Hello again today.
Hi.
Who's joining us from the internet? It's actually cool. I had Martin on yesterday. Like, no one watches this yet, so like he popped in and asked some interesting questions, and it's like, oh, this guy is doing something with AI instead of a rando. And I posted a Zoom link, and he popped in, so I got to meet Martin yesterday.
Oh,
Uh,
cool.
what if I share my screen and we just start hacking away on?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, it's the very first thing I do when I'm doing this stuff is I would probably on the first, in this, I would probably start describing the simplest bit of functionality I would want in bit easier in Markdown than I would. So, probably start by like actually writing a spec of what you want. And to me, I tend to do that early in a project. I tend to move away from it later in a project myself. But I would probably be like, okay, what's a funny Electron editor? Maybe we make an editor that there you go. All done. Ship it.
Yeah. Well, we gotta read the code too, right? So I'm using Exit these days.
So from a technical debt perspective, the first question I would ask is like, does the age first does the agent have, to the extent that there are any tests right now, would the agent have visibility if it how would the agent have visibility if it made a change um, to whether the tests passed or failed? And to me, because I'm always committing from an agent prompt, I pre-commit hooks are probably one of the most valuable tools to like keeping things sane.
Now we gotta. So we got 40. We got 30 minutes before you turn into a pumpkin.
Mm-hmm.
I would love, given the time, which I'm going to posit we don't have, I would love to know the way you approach the hooks and stuff, because I think that's a really cool idea. Just
Yeah, hooks are a good idea.
forcing
Yeah.
the test to pass. I think you are absolutely right that writing a spec to get started on something is the way to go. Just to like hear yourself think through it and give the agent at least a starting point.
Yeah.
But if I just wanted to slop together something and see, like I think you're using Exa or something. Could you help me slop together a hello world and then like we can like start on a
Yeah.
really wimpy version of a spec?
Oh, so okay, so yeah, let me cognitively dump some of my editor to help you. So, um,
Hey Doug,
what
check
I
this
will
out. Check this out. On the bottom of my screen, I'm gonna hold a button and you talk. Let's see if it works first.
make the left-hand side a file system navigator
Okay, wait.
and
Make sure
this.
it works. Okay, it does. Ready? Keep going.
And let's make the central edit box a code mirror editor that edits Markdown.
Actually, to give you a little bit more context, we're going to make our own custom editor, and the technologies that we're going to use are
Electron, code mirror, and yeah, go with that for now. Code mirror is just an editor.
all right. New project. Let's start from scratch. All right. Well, let's see. Oh,
Cool. I thought you had vibe coded half a editor already.
no. Um, crap.
What's it doing? What model are you using? Soul GPT 5.6?
GPT 5.4 for call's sake. I'm on a $20 a month plan because I'm a token minter instead of a token maxer.
Good for you. I think that's the way to be.
I think honestly it is too, because I've been able to do shocking amounts of work, but probably some of the Loop fanboys would tell me that I'm an idiot for not just like letting it go all night long.
Yeah.
Loop's cool too if you have an objective function that just like shockingly accurate, but when I'm thinking through a product, I don't have that.
Yeah. The the interesting. I think this is also like I think some people are like, because there was some like Twitter controversy about the Bun project. Bun, have you ever looked at the Bun repo?
I know that I'm
Not even-
supposed to, but no.
I don't even know what Bun is, but it's a heavily AI edited code base. But yeah, my point is like what's interesting there is they're very like massively token maxed with 1 million agents coming in to review different aspects of the code base. And like Claude originally authored it, and then there's like 5 or 6 other agents reviewing things from different perspectives, which is interesting. But that costs a lot of money.
Huh. Every once in a while we see little bugs, and poor Rook.
Oh,
It didn't say that it was writing any of these until it had all of the writes completely done. Also, the spinner is a lie. That's a with the back end code. I'm pretty confident of where it is, but the front end code, it's like there's emergent behavior, and it's not
Yeah.
like thinking blocks get cut in half. Yeah. So
is that the Swift part?
is that the what?
Is that the Swift part?
That's the Swift
this-
part. Yes.
Yeah.
The iPhone app and the iOS app are both Swift. Yeah, it's ready for an overhaul. Be thinking about what you want in the user experience, because how do I make you an early adopter, Doug?
Of Rook?
Yes.
Huh.
What's the magical moment that you need to be like, ooh, I gotta have me that Rook?
Well, the grocery list thing was appealing because sitting in front of my fridge trying to do groceries is really annoying. But on the other hand, I might need to know. So the grocery thing is appealing because most grocery apps are annoying to use, and I could see just conversationally ordering groceries and maybe getting a summary at the end could be really useful.
I need some more magic moments sort of. That's become the thing that I always talk about is like just going to Kroger's and getting out as quickly as possible. But I think there's a lot of potential for really interesting things. Like I want to show up in a public park and realize thanks to my phone, like right now you have to like click onto this environments button and you select the environment that you want to be present in. But that's easy to make legible to the agent itself, to Rook. And so eventually Rook is going to be like, well, what are we talking about? It's like, oh, there's an environment that's useful. So so I want to like show up to a public park and I want to ask what's there to do here, and the agent put together, oh, this is a location based thing. There an environment that is near to me is, this park. I guess he's in a park, and then have it automatically look up the municipal calendar for the park,
Uh-huh.
or
Yeah.
yeah, and then have that court like it's also my agent. So think about the intersection of cool stuff from capabilities from an environment and also capabilities
Yeah.
from the agent. If the scroll worked, then we'd know that it finished about 2 minutes ago. Apologies. That's no thing. Scroll just recently stopped working. I'm pretty sure I didn't change the thing. But I have no test on the front end, so like
Gotcha.
obviously that's
Yeah.
a stupid problem.
That's where I'd just be like, oh God, let me start thinking about some tests, how we would test this. It's funny because I do think that our role as software developers is to, whether you look at code or write code or whatever, it's basically now like we're now just what parts of the factory work well, where someone could literally type a Slack message and you would trust the change would work, and what parts of the factory you're like, if the agent probably will do the right thing, but there's a good chance things are gonna go to hell.
At GitHub, one of the standards we had was the scripts directory in every repo, which is like if you wanted to know what you could do in a repo,
Oh,
then,
cool.
then that was like your menu of jumping off point. I like that. I got to figure out how to stream your camera right here in the bottom. That's one way to do it. Okay, so scripts, start. Oh. Okay, sure, add install. Gosh. Actually, never mind. Just make the start script automatically check for install, and if it's not installed, install it. I'm getting so sloppy with talking to the agent too. It's like I'll just mumble to it, and if you look, I need a little bit better speech to text, because it'll put in just weird crap. But the agent's been surprisingly good about reading through the weird crap and being like, okay, he's using speech to text.
The tricky thing is, I wonder how far we can pretend some things are broken, and I would show you what I would do. But early in this stage, you're in the like joyously hype coding stuff.
Yeah.
And it takes like a good while before the agent has accumulated enough enough code that like something goes wrong or something's weird.
Yeah. Okay, so a little bit philosophical as it's talking through stuff. That's been kind of my thought is like, if you can hold in your mind the structures rather than the code, deep level. But the question to me then is like, how do you elicit that from the model? How do you store that? How do you do it where you can actually keep it in your brain?
The structures like UML diagram kinds of things.
Yeah. I hate UML, but yeah, that exact.
Or a call flow, like how a process would work, like visually. Yeah, I think there are many answers to this. You basically need some kind of understanding enough to make a modification. Different people have different answers, and I also wonder if different types of roles will want different kinds of ways of understanding the system.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true too.
Something happened.
Yeah. But if I click open folder, it says it gives me the middle finger emoji. I think it's still working though, so I have faith in it.
Yeah. So there's actually like a lot of interesting things to talk about when you're building this. Like one of them is setting up an MCP so that when you do, your editor does something wrong, instead of you having to go debug it, does your agent have an MCP to launch the app via like Chrome or something and poke around and click around itself to see that it's broken?
Mm-hmm. I'm a little bit behind the times in computer usage and browser usage. Have you been playing with that a lot?
I've been playing around with, yeah, I mean, with this app. So I use open code and I have an open code skill that it knows how to debug an Electron app. And basically what it's doing, it's launching the app, everything in a, because Electron is just a web page, everything in the HTML has a CSS selector. So we can go and say, find the CSS selector and emit the click event on it and see that this other window appears that I can find in the DOM and all that stuff. So that's my mental model for how I see it working. There maybe are other ways of doing that, like actually taking screenshots and whatnot. But
One cool exercise that everyone should do. I always advocate like carve through the layers of abstraction down to as deep as you can, which is kind
yeah,
of funny. That's what you're saying with always read the code. I'm saying always read the prompt. You can go to Codex and have it do a computer usage task or a browser usage task, but like a priori at the beginning say, I don't want you to just do it. Every step of the way, I want you to tell me exactly what you are seeing. And that's not
yeah,
quite the same as reading the prompt, but it'll say, I have an image of the screen and I've got like a div, this selector. So you can kind of see what it's getting at and how it's
yeah,
getting
totally.
confused too.
Yeah. What you try your mushroom? So it's giving you this debugging. I've had this happen, giving you. So this is a great time to, if you were serious about this app, to think like, how would I give the agent? I don't know if this is possible in Rook. How could I have an MCP that can visually inspect something, basically something running in a Chrome browser?
Mm-hmm.
I could show you the skill I have.
Yeah. Share screen, that's fine.
Yeah, one sec. Share my terminal. Let's see. And this is actually in my repo. Can you see my screen?
Let me click here.
Oh, not in open code skills. So I have two things. I have the skill that tells it how to basically use an MCP. And there is a Chrome DevTools MCP that lets the agent interact with Chrome, basically it can launch the app. It can then, once this is just when you run a node or an Electron app, it's basically just running a Chrome window. And then there is a remote debugging port that it can send things like, now go here and click that, and what's over here, and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
I think the MCP is in this. Maybe it's not. Oh, it's open code.json. Yeah, and then the MCP is, I don't think I use this playwright one, but the MCP is just this command to launch a server. I'll be honest, I don't quite know how everything is wired together, because there's launching the app and then there's launching this, which I guess launches Chrome DevTools. Oh, it launches Chrome DevTools MCP and it points at whatever app was launched, which I think is connected through this port through some debugging thing. So if I come over here and I say something like, I actually was doing this yesterday, but I'll say, can you confirm the open directory button actually opens a file selector in see what happens. And it's a funny thing with skills. It's like I think of skills as verbs. So it's like, did I correctly list the verb in here of what I wanted to do? And you can actually, I'm not sharing it, but I see a window popped up of this app.
Share it.
Actually, I don't know why it's not opening. What's it doing? Actually, I see the icon. I don't actually see the window.
Oh, well.
Oh, there it is. Let me share entire screen. You can see it's dorking around. You can see that it's talking to the MCP, so it's hopefully gonna debug something. And so for these kind of problems, it's extremely valuable to have something to give it visibility into what's going on.
Yep. Okay, so I always have takeaways when I hack with people, and I am getting ready to do a UI overhaul for Rook. So you have motivated me along two lines. One is I've got to get the MCP server thing, like you're talking about, set up inside Rook. Like Rook has a placeholder for MCP servers. We just haven't played with one yet, and I've got to specifically get this MCP server. What's the name of that guy?
This MCP server?
Yeah.
Just Chrome DevTools.
Oh, okay.
There's probably something, and there's also Playwright, which is also another way of interacting with browsers.
Yeah.
Yeah, people have different things that they like for doing this kind of thing. I actually don't know what my agent is stuck doing right now. Maybe it's actually doing something. And then periodically, are you stuck?
That part of the protocol? Human agent protocol?
It needs to be. Yeah. So that is a big thing. And the other thing I've just been doing lately is I have just been, this is just turning into me showing and telling how I'm building software. But it's funny, our mutual friend Hugo Bown Anderson said there's just someone who has the fattest, but look at that.
Merp.
Merp. A stale electron processor. The beauty of AI coding. So the other thing I just started doing was, instead of having extensive documentation, I just am like, I'm a big believer, or at least as of a couple of days ago, it seems to work really well just to have like a fat HNSMD file of all the things that are important. And I give kind of like an overview of the architecture, how these things work. And my goal is ultimately, like, one thing I used to do is I used to have a long running conversation with an agent for building something. And I would just like always resume that session. And inevitably compaction would happen and it would lose half its brain. And it was glorious during that, while the context window was not exhausted. Now my goal is actually the opposite. It's doing something. Can I basically launch a new session in my agent and tell it something I want to change, and will it meaningfully do that work? And when if I feel like I have that set up, I feel like the quote unquote factory is working well because it's
Sure.
sort of simulating the like someone sends a Slack message to the agent and asks for a change.
Yeah. Earlier, you're depending on the collateral knowledge from whatever conversations you've been having. And if you know
Exactly.
that you don't have to depend on it, then that's a healthier state.
Yeah, and that comes in two forms. And actually, our friend Hamel Hussein had a post about this. There's like the upfront stuff that helps the agent make better decisions, like the agent's MD, any skills you have, like basically different kinds of prompt and context engineering.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but you really need belts and suspenders. And the other side of that is all of the hooks and validation, pre-commit. People like pre-commit hooks, hook in the Git sense,
Mm-hmm.
that defensively make sure the agent didn't do something stupid.
Yeah.
Um, and if you have that set up really, like that's the holy grail. And typically, how I tend to think about it is there is a part of the factory line that you're running that's working really well, where you can take a prompt and I know I can make minor feature changes, bug fixes, whatever, to that area, and it's going to be fine. Um, but then where I think is interesting is when you need to flesh out a new area of the system,
Mm-hmm.
because it switches back to that exploratory mode. Um, and to me, that is where the most like that's where like I wonder there is a there's kind of a quadrant where it's like early in exploratory mode. I'm happy to be in like basically vibe coding land,
Mm-hmm.
but I in the advanced stage of mature application exploratory mode, that's where I'm like probably still closer to whatever the original software engineer. I have no idea what's happening. Um, it's like this is where it's like you should really sandbox your agents. Um, so it's about to transfer money to your bank account probably. I think that quadrant of like exploring, but in a mature application, is to me probably the most interesting quadrant because that's probably where it's like, oh, do I need to read code? Do I need to write code? Do I need to? Because you're probably balancing a dozen constraints of not breaking something that already exists, a long-term vision, in addition to just to the correctness of this one particular feature. So I still think that's where like our programmer software engineer brains are useful and are not obsolete. But it's exciting that in the like boring, I need to fix a bug in this existing functionality area, or I need to maybe try a new minor feature. That's really exciting to me that like you can set up your factory to be able to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting domain. One of the places that I've been wondering about is the way teams work. Like, so I worked at GitHub, and I left in early to mid 2024,
Yeah,
and that's before like AI had completely eaten the world. And inside GitHub, even though we're making Copilot, we didn't. I mean, we used completions. You could type stuff and it
yeah,
would complete, right? And at this point, 2 years ahead, the way that software is developed is completely on its head. And one thing that for myself, I feel like I've gotten pretty competent in vibe coding and spec driven development responsibly. But all that stuff, I've become pretty competent in it for my projects I'm working on by myself. The thing that Rook is pushing me for is like I'm working with three other people right now, off and on, and like, so what do we do? One person, Greg Cesarelli, who runs stories, or he's founder at Spec Story, is just advocates like keep talking to humans but push to main. That that upsets
interesting.
my sensibilities as a 2024 developer on a team. Um, but he's a cyborg, so I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't complain. So we're trying it. For my things, I still like having stuff at least chunked together as a PR, and then I can
Interesting.
aim it at a issue and say this PR addresses this issue. It is documenting at some level, but merge the PR to main. And then if it's something that's contentious, it's like I don't know if the guys will like this or not. I just want to show it off. Then that definitely goes in a PR and stays in its own branch for a while. That's where mentally I feel comfortable at. I think, but I'm curious what companies are doing right now. Everyone's doing something,
Yeah.
and it's not what it was 2 years ago. And most people are doing it wrong.
Yeah, I'd be really curious. I probably do I do closer to what Greg does when I'm solo developing.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
push to main all the time.
Yeah,
I don't know what I would do if I was on a big team, and it's an open question. And for what changes also, like for these the, for the areas where the agent factory works well, do you just like shove it to main and are the areas where you're doing more exploratory work, would you want to have more of a discussion about it in a pull request? I don't
yeah.
know.
I'm very comfortable with the idea of pull request. And Greg, despite being a cyborg, was never an engineer. He's a very
True, yeah.
very competent. Like I mean, he's a cyborg. He's amazing at creating code. Um, but I have stuff built into me now from years of software development on teams that
I know.
I don't know how to morph that to a new
Yeah,
world
totally.
yet.
Cool. Well, I've got to run because I've got to go to my next meeting. But this has been a fun show and tell.
Yeah,
Just seeing like how
interesting
we're shooting each other, or how
format,
we're
right?
trying to avoid shooting ourselves in the foot. This stuff.
Yeah, so this is kind of an interesting format. Like basically, this is a podcast. After you leave, I'll just like click the little monologue button and go to my cool starry stream and say something intelligent, and then I'm going to go use the bathroom, and then come back and just start hacking on stuff. So I'm hoping I can
Cool.
like post process this into something that's maybe this is good in the AI era because this is obviously real. I've freaking got a Zoom open. It's raw.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's so unpolished that people think it's stupid. But
Yeah. I
we'll
think
see.
it's really cool. I mean, people don't compare notes like this enough, and instead people argue about things on Twitter and
There's no way to demonstrate if
right,
efficacy.
and the arguments are very are not multi-dimensional. They're very like I don't know. They're
Superficial.
Twitter arguments. That's
Yeah.
all you can say.
Figure out. Let's do this again sometime and like hack on something a little bit meatier.
Yeah,
Um,
sure. We'll think of something.
Figure out. I want to like try Rook. I want you to try Rook. I want you to like. I want you to start working on Rook. I want it to eat your soul like mine. Um, yeah, and figure out how to get other people on my show. Like who would be fun?
Okay.
Who's a fun person to hack with? Be thinking about that for me.
Yeah. Probably Hugo.
Yeah, yeah. I'll get him soon. I'm sure.
Cool.
Cool.
All right. Well, good to see you, John.
Good to see you, Doug. Have a great day.
Yep. See ya.
All right. So as promised, my monologue screen. That was a fun conversation with Doug. What did I learn? I always like to do a retrospective. Rook so far only uses skills and just whatever little pieces of knowledge it can pick up from the environment, but we don't have MCPs wired in yet, just haven't got around to it. Doug had a really good demonstration, well, started on a really good demonstration of using MCP servers to work through UI changes. Obviously, the agent's going to do a lot better when it's not freaking blind. And I'm getting ready to change all of the UI in Rook. We've finally fixed up the back end a lot. So environments and skills and all that stuff are pretty well wired in at this point. Um, yeah, but it's a good time to wire up MCP servers and make it where the agent can see the changes I'm making. We also had some really cool conversations about the changing processes of software development and technical debt and how to deal with that. So, I don't know. What do you think? I thought it was a pretty good show. All right, that's it for this time. I'm going to pop back in a second and get to work on a talk that I'm vibe coding. Wish me luck. And we're back. All right. What am I actually doing today? Oh, goodness me. I've been avoiding writing a talk all week. And last night, I decided that it'd be smart to just use a skill to write the talk for me. And I'm at the point of deciding if that was a good idea or horrible idea. These images are fake images. I told it to make placeholders. I'll vibe code something for that soon. These slides are beautiful. But the skill that I was using is very prescriptive that slides shall only contain 1 point per slide. And there's a few places where no, we need to make more complex slides. Like, I can make it do stuff like this, but it gets really grumpy when I do that. And so I think the crux of this is whether or not I can actually make it yeah, make the slides like I want it to be made. Also, something that's goofy is it like keeps adding like weird words. Like if you actually read some of the side words around here, it's it's kind of silly. All right, so going into boring mode. This is where I just work and hopefully learn something agentic and communicate it. And before I get started, I was going to write a LinkedIn post. So, I'm avoiding work still. Take that, work. Here, watch how smelly and AI sloppy this is. This is an M dash, not an M dash. I actually like using those things. That's an M dash. Stay away from those suckers. I'm so tired. I've been getting like 5 hours of sleep a night for a good while, and working nights and weekends because it's fun, but I'm tired. Hmm. Alright, I've written this to the AI. Let's see what it thinks. But at the same time, I have this cute little app called Wordy that I made, which will soon be a Rook tool. Keep this text kind of like it is right now without much modification, but fix any obvious grammar, spelling issues, etc. I made this tool because I desperately wanted to see red-green diffs on a word level. Yeah, okay, right. Oops, did I miss some? So, yep. Yep. I think I like it. Let's keep this. It's thinking. Searching Merriam-Webster dictionary. It's not feeling very instant. Reddit. Let's look on Reddit for cutting edge intelligence compression research. Can you tighten up this text a bit? Also, make sure to never use em dashes. Ooh, whoa. All right, well, let's see. No. Yep. Yep. No. Yes, yes. That's a lot better. Yeah. Yep, great. This feels like approaching the computational consciousness theory. Tau? What was it called? Boy, I think there's some interesting stuff there. But I don't care today. Thanks. That guy interviewed me for my first podcast out as a contractor. Let's help out. fix any grammatical or spelling mistakes in this. All right. La 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 la. What was I? Yes, I'm still avoiding my talk, but more than that. Let's see. No, let's not do that. No. All right. Time for an experiment to see if I can produce content. Dear agent, this content starts at roughly 2 hours 9 minutes, and remind me next time I ask you that we should push this content into a short or something. Guess I'll close the door. All right, so I'm experimenting with doing content. And last time I wrote one of these posts that just kind of made me think, and I was like, okay, let's turn this into content. And then I waited a while and it rotted in my brain. And I jabbered, and I don't know if it's useful content. This time, I'm going to try just freaking reading it. Like a teleprompter. I'll do it here, so I can still see my screen. So information theory answers an interesting question. How much information can be contained in a fixed number of bits? In this age of AI, I think we need something that extends this metaphor to the next level. We need to ask, how much intelligence can we cram into a fixed number of bits? But where do we even start with this? Has anyone even arrived at a reasonably agreed upon definition of intelligence? And even more difficult, can anyone cast that definition into the domain of bits and bytes in the same way that information theory has been cast? I think we're sorely in need of answering this question, though. We've all watched AI models improve dramatically over time. Early on, they got better simply by scaling up and dumping more training data. But this couldn't continue forever, right? Starting that paragraph again. We are sorely in need of this. We have all watched AI models improve dramatically over time. Early on, they got better simply by scaling up size and just dumping in more training data. Then distillation emerged as a way to squeeze a large model's intelligence into a far smaller model. But to my knowledge, no one has ever figured out how far this can go, or even how to quantifiably frame the problem. The answer matters enormously. If we can understand how well intelligence compacts, we can have meaningful predictions about the true scale of the revolution that we're in. Intelligence cannot compact infinitely. Starting that paragraph again. The answer matters enormously. If we understand how well intelligence compacts, we can make meaningful predictions about the true scale of the revolution that we are in. Intelligence cannot compact indefinitely, so at some point we will hit the wall. But if that wall is near, then the AI revolution will follow more of an S-curve. And pushing the envelope further will demand an even greater computational and energy... messed up the words. Starting that paragraph again. The answer matters enormously. If we understand how well intelligence compacts, we can make meaningful predictions about the true scale of the revolution that we are in. Intelligence cannot compact indefinitely, so at some point we will hit a wall. If that wall is near, the AI revolution will follow more of an S-curve, and pushing the envelope further will demand even greater computation and energy. If that wall is far away, and intelligence proves more compressible than we expect, we could be riding this exponential for a long time. So what do you think? How compressible is intelligence? How do we quantify it? Is there any developing theory out there addressing these questions? And if so, I'd love to hear about it. Let me know in comments. Okay, that's the end of my monologue. Let's go ahead and make a note. I don't trust my agent yet because it's learning too. We're going to go to my show notes. My actual agent that does my video editing is my wife, but I'm trying to fire her. I'm trying to replace her with AI. So we'll see. I'm sending her a message right now. All right, when I come back, I have no excuse but to work on my talk. But I'm terribly hungry. And we're back! It's always what I have in my mind. Mm-hmm.
Good morning, Socrates. Joey back in the fuzz here. We got Man in the Box. We got Andrew with traffic. Pretty hair and IW guy. Maybe you should get a bikini wax. Oh, Man in the Box, get back in the box. All that more in the morning. Next returns. C105. So anyway, get back to my story. I had like 2 of those 7-layer burritos. Let's just say they didn't schedule any bath.
Right. C105.
Now we're back!
Yeah. That's how I
Folks,
still
real
want to do
special
back on the
guest here
show.
this morning. Dirty Dad, the garbage man. Z105's newest DJ is here. Intern Sanji just joined. Funny.
Sherlock Homo. Elementary, my queer Watson. What, dude? Sanji and Rajneesh are from different villages.
All right. I see how this is gonna be. All right.
Yeah.
Now we're back! Folks, Dirty Dad, the garbage man, just pooped his pants. We'll be right back.
Fight, bro.
I mean, after all we've been through.
Bro. What do you say we bring our old bit out?
God, I didn't even think you remembered it.
Come on, bro. Of course I remember it. Let's bring him back.
You mean the one and only?
Yes. The Gang Three Stooges, bro.
Hello.
Hello. Hi. And we're back. C105.
Yeah, that used to be a funny show. Now we'll have a good one every year or two. Oh, dear goodness. Let me finish these slides. Mosh mosh. My sound's back on now. Thankfully, I didn't say anything important. Git commit what you have right now. I made this when looking at the previous version. Can you incorporate these, including all of the extraneous pound signs, which I'm using to mark lines that change? Oops. I didn't mean to change what you'd already done. Okay, revert it back to the new schema, but then interpolate my changes into your new schema. I didn't want to move back to the previous schema again. Make sure the parenthetical is the same font as the rest of the text on this line. My mic should be back on again. Tell me if it's not. So awkward. All right. Make sure to split the line so that that arrow is at the start of the second line. Gosh. I just realized that this is the wrong directory to place all this information in. Please take please move All right. Let's hope this is a little bit easier to deal with. Yes. Good enough. Oh, gosh. For all the images inside these slides, I referred to what they should have inside of my Can you do your best to extrapolate from those and match it with the contents in slide content YAML to, you know, boy, I'm tired. In Z, how do I accept all changes from an agent in one file? Can you do like this?
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh. Other side. We need to go climbing again.
I can do that pretty easy.
Huh.
And I can walk on the air. Like this is water. This is how they walk on water. You have a harness like this. Like except they don't put their hands in the air and they just go.
Your feet stick to the right place. Swing just a little bit. There you go. Now make your feet stick to the right place in air. Walk. Step forward and then backwards. Now, see, you're digging through the air. Go. I can see your feet moving. When you go forward, make it look like your feet, whenever they're placed, are stuck. Do you know what I mean? Okay, let me try. Live streaming, of course. Get over here. Look, that foot's stuck. Like this. Same thing as this. But in the air. Yeah. Oh, it's swinging. I can see her. So the cool thing to do would be if you're strong enough to smoothly go across monkey bars. And then we could stretch toilet paper across your feet and it looks like you're walking on the toilet paper and not moving your foot at all. That'd be hard. right, I gotta get back to it. Do you mind taking this down for me? Do you mind taking both of these? Do
Yeah, wait a sec.
you mind filling that up with fizzing water? And you mind,
Sure.
you mind then bringing it back up to me?
All
right. Do it. Pretty neat. Okay. Thank you.
It's kind of blubbling, but.
Love you.
Love you.
Here's a common pattern I see with AI that I think more people should start using. I'm a big proponent of keeping the artifacts that you're working on separate from the conversation that you're working on, that you're discussing. And that allows both you and your assistant to look at the same thing in a different place, talk about it. So, for example, what I'm doing right here, the agent just created these slides for me, and I don't like the words. So I'm having the agent put the words into a medium, an artifact, that I can address more easily than pointing at the screen. And also that's a little bit easier for it to understand. And I said, take all these words, stick it over there, and get committed. Now I'm going to go back and change the words, and I'm also going to add little comment markers to this YAML document. And sometimes I even add full comments. And what I'm going to tell the agent is to look at this file and look at the changes. Or if it's long enough, you could say get diff it and look at the changes. And now we're having a conversation and talking about the thing that we're working on. And since we can both lay eyes on this and both manipulate it, I can say, make sure that as you do things, you delete these hashtags so I'll know that they're dealt with. And I can say, let's work through it one at a time, and I can look at the slides update. But just having something where the agent also has to modify the artifact in a way that is visible to me is really good feedback. And I think that's a lot easier way to work with agents. All right, back in a flush. Here's another good example. On this one slide, I made an intentionally dense slide where I'm going to link out to the code that I'm using to run the application. The goal is to make this not part of the presentation, but it's just helpful for people later looking at the slides, and maybe I can have it on a window on the side when I run it. It's something that I want to check though. I want to make sure that the links are all correct. So I am pair programming, pair working with this agent, and I want to say I need to check the links in these slides later. There's nothing for you to do here, but let's keep this note around until the end. So I'm using these comments not only as a way of triggering the agent to work. I'm going to tell it to clean up all the comments that are addressed to it, but we're working on it together. So I'm using some of these comments for me, just like I would work with a person. right. I've made some changes, so I want you to git commit them. I've made some changes, so I want you to git commit them. If you look back at the slide content YAML file, I made several changes, and I've tried to annotate all the lines that I've changed with hashtag comments, though I could have missed some. Please go back and address the changes that you can make easily, and then you can remove those comments. But there's several changes that are going to require some discussion. So after you make that first set of changes, let's go about figuring out what to do with the harder ones. Just make sure that whatever's in the YAML file stays in one-to-one correspondence with whatever is in the slides. And notice that we have moved the slides to a different directory. Oh. Alright, this is the part where either I will be very happy or very pissed off soon. I would hate to find out that I have to go and make all these slides manually after investing so much time and doing it not manually. What are you doing? It's not as long as I thought it would be. Nope. Not bad. That whole document is only 13,658 tokens. Yeah, alright, we can roll with that. Alright, the cool thing about Z is you can see what it did. This is also a cool thing about cursor. But cursor only does it for cursor, Z does it for pi and everything else. Oh, cool. It's got word level diffs too. Alright. I'm in love with Z. This is what I've been wanting. Now I don't have to build the thing I've been wanting. You don't have to tell everyone anytime that you want. create a directory inside temp called fake blog, and inside that directory git initialize and create a file called blog.md and write, I don't know, 600 word essay on chicken lips. Just make it a serious consideration of chicken lips. This is called an Easter egg. Open up a new Zen window there, -- new. Oh, I mean Z. Whoops. Oh, can I start server from here? Freaking A. I want you to go through every other paragraph and make just some linguistic changes. Sometimes a sentence fragment, sometimes word choice, maybe move around a comma or something. Just make a few of them, maybe 6 or 7 total. Oh, it's so close. Okay, check this out. I made a little app called Wordy for something I really need. I'm often working with not code, but natural language text. So the red-green diffs of an entire line don't quite do it for me. Check this out. If I say, take the sample text and I say, make arbitrary word modifications throughout this. And I can run it through Claude Sonnet for now. And then you can see all the different changes that it's making. You can also traverse through them and approve or disapprove all these ones. And so it's really kind of useful. And you can finally say accept all if you're happy with it, copy and paste it and go on your way. The only thing I don't like about it is it's a standalone app. I want something that is integrated into my development environment. I've seen this for Cursor, but again, it's just the red-green diffs. And then outside of Cursor, you're kind of screwed because you've got like coding agents that they just stream all the diffs past you, but it's kind of hard to see what's actually going on. But I found Zed. So check this out. I am working with my agent. It's a long story. This is Rook. It's a wrapper around Pi or Claude Code or anything you want. And I made some modifications to this example essay. And I think it's based off of the get differences or like get staging area. But not only can you see the red-green diffs per line, but you can also see these one-off word changes. Now, unfortunately, it's not quite what I want. It would be better if there was something where like you could see all these changes actually in line, so I could immediately compare these things rather than having to look back and forth. But it's really close. So Zed, you go. Mm-mm-mm. Hey. No, I'm just like the world listens to me now.
Oh.
Would you like me to mute it? Hi.
I have a question.
What you got?
Um,
long as I like step out. Am I done? Am I?
No,
I mean,
no, it's
oh.
still working.
I was.
My disease is spreading.
Well, I think all I wanted is how to download.
Let's make sure this looks like what you want.
Okay.
Watch this. I can go to different things like agent mode. If I'm talking to the agent, that'll
Ooh.
show up.
Yeah, I think I've seen before.
Yeah, so like when I push the button to talk, it becomes a little more obvious to people. Sometimes I turn that off though.
Yeah.
It's the screen without stuff. See that nice background?
Yeah.
I started sticking QR codes
I
in
noticed that.
places.
Yeah, what's the QR codes for?
It's for my next talk that I'm doing.
Next. Oh.
Yeah, I need to put words underneath it.
Yes,
but
you should, because I was like, is that gonna go into your website or what's this for?
yeah, and I need to make that code an affiliate code so I get money for it.
Oh. Good idea.
And I've got we'll be back, and I can change the words here. And then I've got my monologue.
Don't follow me. Stop it.
Oh, okay. So by the way, this is my AI video editing agent. I haven't found the off button though.
Oh. Well, good luck with that. You gotta wait like 50 years.
Because you're Japanese, right? So it'll take freaking 50 years.
Right.
All right.
Oh, there you go. Oh, no, it's still document.
I think it just wrapped it up.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Oh, this is where we have to figure out stuff, I guess. Deleting original. Pass dash K to keep. Deleting original. Okay, so this is where I would copy this. Oh my goodness. Cancel. Escape. Press return. Okay, press return, and I can copy the name. I go back to Google and say, this is the only file it saved. WTF.
I got confused.
Can I just use the video ID? Let's put it all together. I want to download a particular video by ID, and I want it to be saved in the best MP4 format. In MP4 format, in the highest quality, and I don't want an overly complicated command. If e.g. use defaults if they do what I want. Oh, okay. So this is how programming works. That's the command we're running. YouTube download protocol or whatever. And we say where to put it. Downloads. And I don't know why they use the letter S, but it's like So what formats, what extensions to use, basically.
Hmm.
What is no place? Safety fallback to ensure it only grabs a single video ID. Oh, okay. There's actually, you could apparently
Download the whole playlist.
download an entire freaking playlist, which would,
Ugh.
that'd be if you
Want the whole
somehow
thing.
made it. Yeah, it'd be a weird mistake to accidentally get that right code. Okay. So I'm gonna copy that and stick this into here. Clean up the rest of it. Okay. All right, so try again. You've got the terminal open. You can just put it on the next line,
Okay.
and hopefully it works this time.
Use this. Oops. Use this. I can't. No, this
There's
is
a
my
way to turn
program.
that off.
Okay, I need to because it's annoying. Come here.
You'll get used to this stuff.
I hope so. It's my new computer. Right, okay.
Yep.
Go here and then just here.
Yep.
Okay.
Paste it.
This and then space.
And then you can
Choose video. This one.
day 8. Yep.
Day 8. How did you do that again?
Yep. But if it has like a dash in it, it won't work. So you just got to make sure that you're getting everything V equals something all the way
okay.
to the ampersand. Don't get the ampersand.
Okay. Ampersand.
The and.
And okay. Copy. Where'd it go?
Oh, I'm starting to fade. I can feel it.
Oh no. Then return.
Yep.
Seems like it's working now. But it's kind of slow. Maybe I'll come back later so you can get back to what you're doing.
Nah, let's do this real quick. I mean, it's already almost to 10%.
Okay.
While it's working, like hang out here, and while it's working, I'm going to try to see what's going on here. Okay, I was. Please open the slide you just created in my browser. Okay. Oh, I love that. How's class today with the kids?
Not bad. Had a little I don't know how to say. It's not like learning, more like how to regulate your emotion practice.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we're good. Start cooking dinner.
Hmm.
Oh. Oh.
don't know. Let's go to downloads. I use Command Tab to get between programs.
Oh,
You could do Shift to also go this way.
that's cool.
Yeah, I've
I
got a
need
lot
to.
of little tricks.
Yeah. Aren't those like? Don't people like make a list of those? I want to know those.
You need to hang out with me.
You are busy and expensive.
No, I'm free right now.
No, you're not.
All right, it thinks it's done.
Oh yeah, there you go. It said the movie version of the document. It looks different though, with a 15. Well,
Yeah, okay.
yeah, I think it's fine.
Wow, I downloaded both of these. You
That's
don't need
from
both of them.
earlier though.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's the first one
Ah.
said document. We're like, why document?
Okay.
We want the video.
Remember, these things are huge. So you only get like 256 megabytes or
Oh, okay.
gigabytes, whatever.
Yeah.
Alright.
So delete after I'm done. Cool. So I can work on editing.
Now,
Oh.
one thing you can't, let's make sure there's sound. Okay, great, there's sound. One thing you can't do is upload a 7-hour video to Descript.
Huh.
Because they only give me 30 hours a month or whatever.
Okay. What do
So you have to find the 5-minute clips out of it and chop them out of it. Now, one thing you could do.
Okay. I thought that's what we use Descript for.
Oh yeah. You use Descript to do the editing, ums and uhs and all that stuff and make it look good. But to get just a chunk of video, we can't just download the whole video into Descript and be like, we need this, because it's going to count that against the monthly dues.
Huh?
Okay.
So how do I figure out which part is important out of 7 hours? Just
Because if
during the
you
time you're
look
talking?
here, I
Oh, you
say
wrote down.
0 hours 23 minutes, 0 hours 41 minutes.
Oh, okay. I can do that.
So actually, let's do one more little trick.
Okay.
Okay. Expand this once more to show me how to get a segment of video out of YouTube.
So instead of download the whole thing? Oh yeah, I think, no, it didn't. So I just type from this time to this time only.
Yep. So here's what I would do for if I was you. I would copy that. I would go to our document.
Okay.
I would go to tab 10. And before I do anything, I would right click that and say rename.
Rename.
Yep, that's good. And just press return.
Okay.
Okay. I'll click on the end of that line.
Here?
At the very end of the line.
Oh.
And press return. And I would say, here's how to get specific timestamps. And then space. And I would do this. And then I would control option shift V. And I would do that. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Okay.
Basically, I'm pasting without the formatting turned on, so that it'll. Yeah, it is. I know. Okay, so there's how to get that out. It's hours, minutes, seconds.
That's the ID part?
Yep. So. Okay, so as an example, you could copy this, go here, look at my notes, say day 8, 23 to 41 is something, like, I don't know, let's just see that real quick.
That's day 15.
Yeah, I know, I'm making it mute.
Oh.
See, you can tell that it's playing the sound. Okay.
One of the models there, session shuts down, it restarts. I'm thinking about not worrying about the other calls hanging around from using skills that no longer exist.
Okay.
Loop around it, and you're going to convince it that this document is a transcript.
So I said it started at 23.
Whenever you insert your user message into it, the completion of that.
If we go back to 23.
That's when you're talking by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's what I do.
So these days it seems like.
Okay. So that is the start of this one. And then
So, to live it here.
I happen to know for this one that I just talked the whole time until.
Or.
So I wrapped up.
So I should
I like that.
stop recording or
You-
downloading.
Make your sentence a complete sentence, and then
So this is you're not talking right here.
So maybe it just depends. For this, it was only like 5 minutes. I wasn't talking. Like I wrapped up, and you can see if I'm doing it right, then I'll have like that screen. Or this time I used some. This was like B-roll stuff, and then I just went back to doing my thing. But then at around 41.
Okay, which is the easiest one to
I started again.
Okay.
And so that's a small time, so I wouldn't worry about it. But the thing I should probably also put in the notes, I just found out, is when is the end of my little commercial.
Yeah.
That, because otherwise you need to do this.
Interestingly, that's what I did at GitHub. I think this approach could work better.
If you can give me like specific like beginning time and end time,
Mm-hmm.
then I think I can work on like how do I say clipping out from the whole video.
Makes sense.
Then edit it to remove like cleaning up, like remove ahs and stuff
Yep.
like that. Is that
Yeah,
what you
that's
want?
exactly.
Okay.
So now this is 45 minutes, and get a little extra fudge because you don't want to download it all again.
Just make it a little bit like before and later
Yeah,
with a timestamp you give me.
it's a good thing I looked at this because apparently it just kept going.
Number 4, recreate the idea of agent skills. All you have to do for this is create a set of instructions about.
I like when you're sitting like doing nothing.
That's what agents don't do quite what they want to.
All right. One. All right. There's your timestamp. So, go back, take that timestamp, and put it in to the equation in Kumiko. You're not gonna be able to copy it.
But yeah, 11:47.
Yeah. Don't worry about the second. It's Oop. Don't change that.
What's
That's
that?
the notes. I mean, just
thought
go ahead and
that's what you want me
change
to-
this. No, you're just gonna pull it out. Change that.
Oh.
Yep. And you can round it off to the minute. Needs a 0 in front of the 1.
Oh.
Okay. And the other thing I put in the show notes is this. So, think, John, think with your brain. 23. Okay, so do 23 minutes right there. Do a little bit, do 22 just in case. Okay. And the video ID is the same as it was before.
So you want me to rewrite this as like a not sample?
Yeah, you deleted it. Reload the page.
Oh, oops.
But you teach it through your system message. Here's how to do skills.
How do I get?
And that makes it so that it's easier to
I deleted it again.
accept. But you teach
Shut
it.
up. There you go. Here.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now copy that whole thing and go to the terminal.
Right here?
Mm-hmm. Yep. This.
It's already downloaded.
It might be. That's really quick.
No, that's from earlier.
Yeah.
It's 10 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. It says that this file has already been downloaded. So it was going to download that in the same place.
Oh,
So I'm going to,
delete that?
well, just in case we want to keep it. Well, actually, it's huge, right? So
Is it okay?
yes, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, so instead of typing all that crap in, push up,
Up?
and it says, oh, what was the last thing? Now you press return. All right.
That's so smart. Oh, that looks different.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Huh. It's document again.
It will be.
Okay.
Hmm. Interesting. That's a lot slower for some reason. It's downloaded 37 seconds of video, and that whole chunk is like 30 minutes. So it's downloading it at 1.5 speed compared to what it was recorded in.
Wonder why.
Huh, I do too. So it might be easier to download the whole thing and just take the piece out. Yeah, there's other things that you can do, but I don't want to overload you with stuff.
I appreciate it.
So the thing that we will probably want to do soon is get you on an agent that can actually use your computer, and that's Rook. And so basically, what happens? You'll love this. Once you get what's going on, you'll be like, whoa, a whole new world. And I'll be Aladdin, and you'll be Jasmine.
Oh my goodness.
You wear those cute little bikini briefs, and my you can say to Rook, how do I pull down a video from YouTube, and it'll say use YT-DLP, and you're like, okay, fine, and then you're like, show me, and it'll say I need the URL, and you'll give it the URL, and it's like, all right, here's how to do it, and it'll download it for you.
Ooh.
And then you say, oh, that seemed to work pretty well. Remember that.
Huh?
You tell it,
okay.
remember that, so we
I was
don't have
like-
to have the whole conversation again. Just next time I say download a video and give you a URL, just do what you did this time. And it'll be like, okay, cool. And so the next day you come back and you say download this video, and it's like, okay, here you go. So it becomes easier and easier every day.
That's cool.
But the first day you do it, you stare at your computer and curse at it for a day.
I don't want that.
I don't either.
Oh, I guess I'll.
Yeah, might as well let that run in the background.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yep.
I got the language in my computer, so I can change it.
Ah, you figured out how to do that yourself? Oh,
Yeah, and it's a button here.
yeah.
I can push
You'll
it.
hit that all the time on accident.
Thank you. Love you.
Love you. Hello, Martin. Nice to see you again. I did not see anything you sent me in a scratch pad. All right, what we got? Okay, all those changes worked wonderfully. Let's go ahead and git commit, and then let's talk about the harder changes. Hmm. Okay, for slide. Okay, then for slide 14 and 15, let's keep 14. And let's add research is hard in the bottom left underneath in the background picture and to the left of the foreground picture. And then let's delete slide 15. We can put its contents into slide notes on slide 14. Renumber the subsequent images. Ooh, is it doing everything? Glad we committed. After each stage, let's go ahead and reopen. Preferably open it to the relevant slide if you can. So do it already. Okay. let's see if we can make the text slightly bigger. Make it good. I see you made this change. Refrain from making changes like this unless we talk about them for the time being, because it confuses my understanding of the state of the slides. Keep this one as is. I like the change, but let's just not do that going forward for now. All right, git commit, and then let's talk about the next challenge. Don't tackle it without talking about it. Which of the one logical slide sets is the most challenging? Let's tackle that. All right. really this all starts on slide 15. I want you to take slide 15 and replace slides 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 with slide 15. See how they all have the same text? I want you to move up every element on that slide because they're a little bit low for some reason. And I want you to make the bullets a larger font on slide 15. I have to save something from all this time spent on this stupid slide skill. I liked working with the YAML because the slides would exactly correspond to the YAML. Adding comments was also helpful because I could see the agent working, and using Z was great because I can see exactly what he's working on. The work that I'm doing with slides with multiple sub-bullets is important. Okay. Perfect. Now I want you to duplicate slide 15 into I want you to keep the images as they are on slides 16, 17, 18, and 19. So the text is duplicated from 15, same formatting and everything, but the images correspond to what is currently 16, 17, 18, and 19. By the way, you don't have to reopen the slides. I found out I can just reload them. Okay, now delete slide 15. And let's go ahead and take a moment to update the slide content YAML corresponding to what we currently have. Starting on line 254 in the slide content, I really do want it to correspond exactly to what the current slides are. There will be a lot of duplicated content, but I want the content to basically look like this. But with different image notes. This text is missing from each of these slides. I want you to go ahead, put it there, and you can make it different per slide. Yeah, okay, that's not it yet then. Git commit everything for a moment. Okay. Uh-oh. Now look at the changes I just made with the slide content and see if you can make those changes in the slides. But here's an important note. The kicker, title, and the bullets must not shift vertically on the page at all whenever you delete the bullets, as I illustrated there. Uh-oh. Hey, girl.
Oh,
Have you got your chores done?
almost.
Good. Okay, we've got to be a little bit careful now. The slide content YAML no longer agrees with the actual content of the cards. I feel like the confusion starts around slide 15. Make sure that you change the slide content YAML to agree with whatever is currently in slides v1. Don't change slides v1. Git commit. Make sure to only git commit when I say so, though. Okay, I've just made some new updates. Let's apply our approach from before, where you take care of them and then remove the corresponding hashtags. Good observation, but the thing we want you to focus on is the images that correspond to each of these slides. Give me a quick summary of your thinking about how we should do the agent images in particular. We need to be able to create a consistent set of imagery for them. Also, I want you to look at look at my Arcturus Labs content directory and read me the skills that are inside that directory. Okay. No, I'm sorry. I want you to, I've reverted your changes, and I want you to actually modify slides V1 to correspond to the changes that I just made. For slides 15 through 19. And then as you make those changes, you can delete the hashtag commentary in the YAML file. Okay, okay, then try the Arcturus Labs blog directory. It's got agent skills in there. There you go. There you go. Read this skill pretty thoroughly. I think we updated some of the text so that instead of using Gemini, it was using a more recent OpenAI model. Can you confirm or deny this? Please work, please work, please work. Err. Compare the last image to the first. You see how the text on the left is shifting up and down vertically? That's what I wanted to avoid. Make sure the title and kicker and the existing bullets are in the exact vertical and horizontal position, even as new bullets are appearing on the next slide and the next slide. Tell me if this is difficult and we'll figure it out. Let's create a new skill in this directory that is reminiscent of that Gemini skill, but uses the most recent OpenAI image model. The basic idea is we should have a script that I can run where we can pass in potentially multiple images so that the model will have the correct context, and we pass in a description of the new image we want. So we should be able to say initially, hey, make an image of a potato agent, and we describe it in detail. And then later we use the same script to add that image and maybe another image from somewhere else and say, hey, I want the potato to look more like this potato. So that'd be 3 inputs, 2 images, and then some description text. Furthermore, you'll have to look at how the model works, but it would be nice if the model, if we could send the images in such a way that the model could refer. Hey Meg, can you close my door?
Yeah.
Cámate. What would be a simple way to do that? Well, hi, Damien. Welcome to the show. Is this what it's happening? Are you the Damien that I know? Unfortunately, I'm not being too chatty today with the guest. Martin, up there a few messages above you, was actually a guest on our last show yesterday. Because I just posted a Zoom link and he hopped in and it was fun. And I would love to do that and chat with you a little bit too, but unfortunately, I'm pretty slammed. Nice to see you again. Okay, that's doing its thing. Yeah, apologies. I'll probably have to ignore you. All right, please work, please work, please work. No, show enough doesn't work. All right, let's make an agent skill in this directory that describes how to create slides. And we're going to keep it pretty sparse for now. But I want to do this while you have some of this information in your context. First off, tell me which set of skills were you originally using to create the slides, and where are they located? Oh, bummer. Sorry to hear that, Damien. All right, cool. So you'll have to reference those. Actually, make a copy of those skills and pull them here for the time being. The deck making guidance thing, and then make a skill right next to it called making slides for John, and it's going to be pretty sparse, and it's going to reference what we're doing in the our conversation here. Basically say John will write an outline of roughly what the slides are, and then the agent will use that deck open slide canvas to make a first draft, but the agent will also make a YAML file that contains the contents of every slide, kind of like we've done here. And then John will make changes to that YAML file and add hashtag comments to draw your attention to them. And then you, the agent, will work with John to make the changes that he has asked for, and then delete the comments to signal that the changes are now complete. This is a participatory experience. John will guide you through working with him. Also, one of the big pain points that we had originally was in taking multiple slides that are logically a single slide. This is the exact problem we're working on right now. Explain how we do like the title and the kicker and the larger bullet points, and we just change the images on the right side. So create that skill in this repo and tell me when you're done. Give me the full path of this file. The skill file. Move that into this repo instead of putting it there. The whole skill package. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. You need to look at the create skills skill. All scripts are supposed to go in a scripts directory. What the heck? Okay. Oh. Oh, okay, did it. The place that you place them is part of the application, so we don't want to put them there. Hmm. Okay. Okay, that's beautiful. Now, read making slides for John. We were having trouble with the vertical shifting of those bulleted slides. And I know bulleted slides are not one of the main ideas of deck open slide canvas skill. So look at the making slides for John skill and figure out how to teach it what you just learned. You don't have to tell me that you're not committing, just don't do it. Putts. All right. What are the next things? Yeah. Is the slide content.yaml up to date with the actual slides? Okay, what's the next thing we should deal with based on your read of slide content YAML? Okay, great. Inside of the slides directory in this repo, let's create a subdirectory called images, where we're going to start playing with our AI agent images, especially. What order should we create them in? I think let's create the most complex version of the agent first, fully formed with all the features and stuff, with the manual beside it, and I forget if he needed a computer or something. I forget. You'll have to read the notes and remind me. But let's probably make that image first and then see how that decomposes into the simpler images. Or maybe make one image that shows several decompositions to its simpler forms. Kind of like a character guide of it. Hmm. 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 You can take care of the small things on slide 3. We're not going to have the image discussion yet. Leave that comment there. Modify the slides and then update the YAML. I've got one more change I want to make to the imagery. In that slide where I say it's an agent, I want to dress it up like a potatoey James Bond. Same body shape, but it's gonna have like some cool agent clothes on, and maybe put on some glasses, sunglasses, and give it maybe a handgun or something, just or some sort of tools associated with agent work. Let's not be creative. Sure, go for it. Crap, I meant slide 13. Okay, now do slide 13. That's what I meant to say earlier. I misspoke, but I do like your changes on slide 3, so we can keep them. No, on slide 13 I can see that the bullet is still white. It needs to be blue because it's within the /B for bold and for blue. Donc. Now. Oh crap. Sorry, keep going. 2 agents. I said it wrong. Sorry, I misspoke. I mean, it should be like this. The period is blue. Needs to be blue. Sorry, I was talking about this. The period at the end of the sentence needs to be blue. Revert the changes that you just made. They suck. Okay. Great. What's next to fix? Oh. That's cute, but I had something else in mind. And there's another problem. We need to figure out how to create imagery like this so that we can extract it from the background and have a transparent background. Now, a lot of times if you ask the image model to create an image with a transparent background, it will actually create an image with a checkered background. So check with this model to see if there are any options. And if there aren't any options, then use Brave Search to find what other people are doing to accomplish this. Oh, also, I was imagining something that wasn't a cartoon but was more like a Pixar animation. And I didn't want the exposed brain to be so disgusting looking. It's supposed to represent an LLM, so not squishy pink, but sort of computery. Once you got that figured out, then let's go ahead and try a new set of images. And then if that works, we can update the skill if we need to. I can see you're making changes to the script, which might be perfect. My goodness. Mm-mm. Now I'm going to deal with all of these slides that have to do, that are like multi-slides, kind of like we just finished dealing with. Okay, slides 7 through 11 are a little bit tricky. Pretty much I want them to be this way. That's the main title for the slide. We need to condense that down to a single bullet. The idea is that they got the correct tools. Yeah, so yeah, see what happens. Here's the next bullet. Here's the next bullet. Obviously, we have to just glean the main points from that, maybe just the title. This is a little bit special. It's not a bullet, it's just like a big standalone realization at the bottom, like a subtitle type thing. Or a H2 feeling thing. I don't know if it's really H2, but it'll be after all the bullets. It's the recognition. Go ahead and modify those slides and modify the slide content corresponding to whatever you do with the slides, and then we'll work from there. Let's make one slide for now that contains all of that, and then we'll do the trick to split it into incrementally displaying bullets, or progressively displaying bullets, whatever we call it in the skill. We need a good name for that. None of these are transparent. The transparent background is just like I said, it's a checkerboard that's not transparent at all, which mimics what you sometimes see with transparent images. I don't want a checkerboard background. We might need to use PIL or some sort of image processing library to pull out the background, but I don't know how to do that efficiently. Do we just make the background a really awkward color that's easy to pull out? Ideally, the models would have this capability, but I think you've just showed me that they don't. Try again with the Pixar images. I'll also take a look at how weirdly stretched they are. Oh my gosh. This is like back in the day when I used to do Prezi slides. Oh, I have one idea and it'd take freaking 5 hours to make it. Okay, I only have to do this once, and then my computer will be smart enough to do it for me from now on. I'm thinking about having I've missed you, Rook. Hey, look in the Rook repo and find that issue about modifying the environment IDs. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. That could work. Now you're getting the idea. Yep.
Dinner time in 20 minutes.
Okie dokie. Thank you, dude. Alright, we'll have to do it later, dude. Okay, I've made some more changes. Can you try to use them?登る。後でね。登る、本当に。後でね。Write it. you son of a... Ooh, no. Dang it, dang it. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, actually... Whoa, yay, it is transparent. Yay. Alright, we can actually look at these suckers now. Okay, these look pretty good. I like image 3 the best as far as the style. I noticed that the computer is completely transparent and the skills book is kind of ghost-like transparent, but everything else looks good. What strategy did you use to extract the transparency? Hmm. Oops. Looks good. I made some more changes real quick. Do them too. Nope. Okay, now let's try to turn everything into okay, this is great. Now let's gradually reveal the bullets one at a time and also make sure we have the slide. Should actually retain the image of the last slide. All right. Oh, that's pretty good. For the new images, image 3 is the most transparent. Ooh. This model is blind. For the last image you generated, the last set, image 3 was the best. Although notice between his legs, you can look at the images now. I've changed the model. Notice between his legs that there's some green left over. So if you could figure out how to iteratively improve that, maybe take your original green screen image and try to tune the parameters a little bit. Also, maybe change the prompt a little bit to say make sure that there is no shading in the background because it will be used as a background. Something to remind the model not to put like shading and stuff. All right. I did not finish this horrible thing. Hey Damien, by virtue of like commenting 5 times in the channel, you're the #1 commenter. Congratulations. All right, but I got to go, I'm afraid. So, monologue. Today, was it good? It was tiring. Good gosh, this week's been tiring. Poor sleep. It was initially excitement about doing
Improving green screen extraction.
Thank you. It was initially excitement about doing some of this work that you see me doing, but that caused me not to sleep very well because I would lay in bed and think about it. This week, it's been this freaking slide deck that I have to prep for next week. I wanted to get it finished on Wednesday, but before I could do that, I obviously had to learn a completely new approach that was agentic, and then, of course, that didn't work the way I wanted it to, so I had to teach the agent how to do it, and so it's been brutal. I think the slides are pretty sexy. I'm not used to having sexy slides. I also think that in 5 years, I'll look back at these slides and think that this is AI slop, but today I think they're beautiful. So, I don't know. It's been interesting. Other cool side effects from today, other cool things. I talked with Doug Turnbull this morning for an hour, and that was a lot of fun. I think this show is really a cool way of just casually chatting with people in my workday, and then with the agent that I'm building, I'm going to be able to take those things and pull them out and make content out of it. But I'm gonna have to struggle with the agent to make it work and do the right things for me. And you get to see me build the agent. I'm building Rook. Today was not very rookie, but today was very, very, very agentic. So yeah, it was a good day. Everyone have a good weekend. Damien, you have a fantastic weekend. I'm out.